Chapter 14, A Moment of Quantum Awakening. At the moment of quantum awakening, change will occur rapidly, rippling across the terrestrial surface of humanity like a wave. Everything in the Earth's gravitational field will be affected in some way. This will be a time of massive change, on a scale that has no historical precedent, though it does have antecedents in the prehistoric events of this and of distant worlds. The changes that your generation will experience before it passes the torch to another are more fundamental than those that accompanied the agricultural revolution 12,000 years ago. And those changes took thousands of years to be accomplished. The upcoming quantum awakening is more far-reaching than the changes of the Industrial Revolution, which took nearly 3 centuries to transpire. Yet, deep and fundamental, massive though these present changes are, they will occur within the span of a single human life. Properly understood, these changes have the ability to inspire a degree of hope and optimism unprecedented in the history of humankind, for they spell the end of humans' subconscious, egotistical, fear-based conditioning, and therefore portend, as the scriptures of the world foretell, an end to bloodshed, starvation, warfare, exploitation, and suffering. Within your lifetime, you will witness revelations that will show the foolishness of much that was once deemed wise. You will watch as traditions and historical habit patterns, once assumed to be survival imperatives, are discovered to be detriments to a healthy life and a healthy society. Behavior that made sense for creatures who imagined they were islands of individuality is abandoned by those who experience the interconnectivity of all life. The consciousness that is awakening upon this world is no respecter of Darwinian values. Its perception brings new values and new ways of being. During these decades, you are seeing the descent of the angels of healing from the heavens down to the earth. Even now, all around you, and perhaps in your own family, they are incarnating. In some cases, these are beings who have not known human form since before the descent of historical time. It is possible that you are among those who have held only a tenuous and flickering connection with your past lives. It is no matter for judgment. Those who incarnate now, those who bring the fullness of their eternal talents, attributes, and perspectives into today's people, are the agents of healing. These angelic beings have it in their power to experience this awesome time of transition as glorious. All are invited to remember their essence, their purpose, their reason for choosing to be born again, and to bring through into this age of transformation the sense of celebration that invariably accompanies such remembrance. Our numbers upon the earth have grown rapidly since our first large-scale arrivals began after the Second World War. Yet it is not quantity, not numbers that will make the difference, but the quality of our love and compassion, the quality of our unconditional forgiveness for all that has taken place. Every individual who becomes a clear and undistorted channel for eternal cosmic love into these times offsets 1,000 people who remain locked in the warring, ego, fear-based consciousness of the old. We are rapidly dispelling what remains of human illusion, helping all to identify with the growing currents, the energies and the forces of love and life. You are already living in the dawning hours of the age of planetary awakening, the age of peace and community building. It is here now for those sensitive to its fragrance, its texture, its appearance, its majesty, and its long-term vision. The age has begun when the earth is to be cultivated like a flower garden, and her gifts presented as conscious offerings to the gardeners of eternal beauty. The age when humankind returns its gifts to the earth, to her soil, her streams, her mountains, her oceans, her creatures of water, air, fire, and clay. One of our most important things to do is completely, 100% detoxify this good earth. The future, as always, holds an element of surprise. Yet some things are as certain as the movement of the stars. A mother never knows exactly what hour she will give birth to her child, but she has a due date, an approximate time when the baby is expected and will most likely be born. For millennia now, there have been those in various traditions of both East and West who have come to know that the earth has a due date, sometime during the second or third decade of the 21st century. Though there will be much awakening of individuals prior to the first unified movement of the awakened planetary organism, this movement, like a first breath, will occur in but a single moment. It is then that the Star Maker will consciously awaken in all human beings capable of sustaining universal awareness and unconditional love. Everybody knows that babies are sometimes born early, sometimes late. So, be aware, be vigilant, but know the planetary birth of God-sciousness humanity is happening. Do not discount the possibility that the moment might come in the night. And do not be among the foolish who will wait until the last moment to come to terms with the rising awareness. This is to be your most important occasion. It is the event and the purpose of human existence. Your best way to prepare is to be in love. Our emphasis for many thousands of years now has been and continues to be to prepare you for this single moment by spreading love. For though the changes will be dramatic, they need not be traumatic. though they will bring a fundamental human revisioning of reality's nature, this need not be perceived as threatening. Essentially, it is a positive and joyous event. The consciousness that will ultimately emerge will be cosmic Christ consciousness, awake and aware for the first time inside a whole planetary being ever. Human circuitry is designed to accommodate this cosmic Christ consciousness. In much the same way that your individual cells understand their relationship and purpose to the whole, your awakened human being understands his or herself in the hologrammatic relationship to the unified field of human awareness. Since this perception of self differs significantly from historical, ego-based, fear-based perception, its emergence in collective human consciousness presents the potential for disorientation in those people who might react to its coming with fear. We have much to do before the preparation of human consciousness is complete. Still, even if the awakening were to occur this very moment with no further preparation, it would be an event of unprecedented beauty. However, in that case, far fewer people would be in a position to appreciate it. We wish only to maximize enjoyment and minimize discomfort for all concerned. If human beings understand more fully what is occurring, they will be less likely to react in ways that would cause them unnecessary discomfort. Regardless of whether one accepts this change or attempts to back away from it, this event will be of greater power than any the earth has ever seen. More energy will be released in a very few moments than is typically released upon the surface of the earth in many years. This energy will take the form of heightened perception and deepened emotional interconnectivity, rejoining the individual and God with every other human being. Though this unprecedented time of intensified energy radiation still lies a few years before you, probably, you are already near enough to it, and the event itself is so powerful that time is behaving with increasing subjectivity, bubbling and warping, creating islands of the future reality wherever there are those who deliberately invoke the energies of this emerging consciousness and who demonstrate willingness to live their lives in love. These are not disconnected islands beneath the receding seas of historical illusion. They are united in a veritable continent of rising awareness. As the new reality comes fully into human consciousness, at the moment when the Creator's luminous field comes into perfect alignment with Mother Earth, all illusion of a destructive nature will be dissolved. Though there have been many centuries leading up to this moment, when the moment comes, it will be decisive. There will be a great shift then, a single moment of quantum awakening. In this moment, the smallest interval of time measured in these three dimensions, the interval that occurs in every atom between each of its billions of oscillations per second, will be lengthened unto infinity. An interval of non-time will expand. Through that expansion, eternity will flow. Some will experience this moment as minutes or hours, others as a lifetime. Still others will experience this flash of non-time as a succession of many lives, and some few will, in this moment, know the Nagual itself, the great nameless presence that exists before and after all physical worlds. In the expanse of the non-time interval, human beings will have all the time they require to realize, experience, and remember the full cosmic consciousness of their eternal spirits, and to recall the origin of their individuality in the primordial sea of consciousness. All will have ample time to recharge their form identity and its biological projection as a human body with the new awareness of who they actually are, why they have taken life, and why they have chosen to associate with this planet's human expression. Each individual human will have the choice to return to biological form or to remain in the fields of disincarnate awareness. Those who choose to return to their human bodies will do so fully aware of who they are. No longer will they be but partially incarnate. They will resume biological residence with the full memory and consciousness of their eternal natures, sharing the creative capacities of the star maker, whose reflective cells they will then know themselves to be. Subconscious orientation in fear will disappear and be replaced by conscious orientation in unconditional love. This means all karma will disappear. The sudden release of power as the polarity of the collective human emotional field shifts from outer to inner orientation cannot be avoided no matter how smoothly we seek to guide this transition. All will feel an unmistakable surge of power in the instant of quantum awakening. This is as inevitable as the daily rotation of the Earth's continents into and out of the light of the sun. For those who cannot maintain the vibration of love, they will carry their karma to another incarnation on another planet in another dimension. But the effects, the implications, there is no way to predict them. They depend on the choices you make today. By extrapolating current trends of consciousness, we can establish a probable range of effects, but there may be as many as 10 billion people incarnate at that moment, each with complete freedom of choice. And though the choices each person makes in his or her lifetime prior to that moment will certainly predispose that person in one direction or another, there are no guarantees or assurances. The spiritual polarity of human consciousness did shift once before, triggering a reversal of the Earth's magnetic field, a shifting in the position of the poles, and a great deal of destruction around the time of what you call the sinking of Atlantis. However, that shift was a shift from cosmic consciousness to egoic subconsciousness. We angels will have a degree of control during this conscious shift that was absent then, and so do not expect the same sort of cataclysmic shock waves. Still, it would be underestimating the variables to assume that Earth changes will not accompany this event. Almost certainly some will. These will be, for the most part, of a benevolent nature. The melting of the polar ice caps, for example, bringing rain to arid regions and helping to cleanse toxins from polluted lakes and rivers. A warming and simultaneous moistening of climate that will open to agriculture the extensive plains and fertile river valleys of Greenland, Antarctica, and certain of the world's deserts. To minimize the trauma of this moment, both for you and for others of the human family, it is important that you prepare for it well ahead of time, establishing the habits that will leave your self-understanding fluid, relaxed, and trusting in the overall benevolence of the universe and its resident intelligence, God-sciousness. The best way to prepare for any future moment in time is to be fully in your present moment now, fully in love. The only habit you must cultivate, though it may go against the programming and traditions of your society, is to allow into your consciousness the relaxed flow of attention that brings you a clear and accurate picture of the phenomenal world and continuous awareness of the eternal presence from which it has arisen. Such a state of consciousness will allow you to enjoy the rushing energy currents that are flowing through your body right now, and heightened awareness that will sweep through the earth during the expansion of non-time interval, and will maximize the stabilizing influence that radiates from you into your local surroundings. Long before the moment of collective quantum awakening, there will have been established a sufficient core of people functioning on higher frequencies of awareness to enable the harmonic currents of their respective amplified radiations to displace the influence of those who may react in fear, both at the moment of collective awakening and beforehand. The frequency radiations, or vibratory emissions, of fear are not harmonious. Their effect on collective human consciousness increases at an arithmetical rate of 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on, for each additional person whose behavior is centered in fear. But they do not build in the kind of geometric However, the harmonic radiations of those beings in love progress at the geometric pattern of 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, and so on. Before the instant of planetary quantum awakening into cosmic consciousness, the radiations of love vibrations will constitute the predominant vibrational influence on collective human consciousness, even while a numerical majority remains centered in historical, egotistical, fear-based orientation. That tipping point is now very near. You who are motivated by love bring to bear on collective human awareness an influence much greater than your historical reason might suppose. Individually, you have an impact on the collective predispositions of your species far greater than that of those who are merely trotting the time-worn paths of self-centered egotistical fear. You who do your best to make your decisions out of love, who refuse to be controlled by the subconscious mass hysteria media of fear, you who take time, if necessary, in difficult situations, to proceed slowly, consciously, and lovingly, are truly among your own. Your awareness of these things will soon be full. You are one upon whom we can depend during the coming shift. The media. Improperly understood, among those who comprehend only fragments and not the wholeness of what is occurring, in those whose minds do not function in tandem with their hearts, these changes and their coming do have the potential to inspire fear. For millennia, we have been educating all those of your race we could possibly reach, doing what we could to minimize the ignorance that alone is capable of fearing so wondrous an event. Yet it would be misrepresenting the challenges before us not to acknowledge that such a potential still exists in isolated populations, like big cities. There may be a few locations in the times between now and the moment of collective quantum cosmic consciousness awakening, where various forms of media will be given over to the currents of fear. Though it has been prophesied that electronic media is to be one of love's most powerful and effective tools of transforming during these final days, facilitating education and catalyzing widespread awakening, it would be inaccurate to suppose that all media during the last years of history will be in the hands of those aligned with the currents of love. It is probable that in certain backwater locations, where the shadows of fear have been retreating for some time, radio and television stations, perhaps even very powerful ones, will broadcast fearful interpretations of events 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365.25 days a year, encouraging and stimulating fear among those foolish enough to look at that media for their understanding. There may be entire networks oriented in this way. Hint, hint. Remain centered throughout any waves of collective panic that may sweep susceptible populations during or following such broadcasts. Ignore the voices of fear that may, during times of crisis or fundamental upheaval, have momentary dominance in the media. They will not last. Their time of influence is rapidly nearing an end, and the less you pay attention to them with the power of your attention, the more rapidly they will fade into the subconsciousness from which they have come. Media has always and will always reflect the values of those associated with it, and especially those who control it. This is as true of external electronic media as it is of your own inner biological media, your thoughts. There is far more information circulating in this multidimensional universe than can be consciously monitored. The way you choose to focus your attention selects from among the nearly limitless information in circulation. You select the information of which you become aware. Your electronic media is simply an outer reflection of the informational preferences you choose within you. Media, internal or external, is a mirror of your values and interests, a reflection of your consciousness. Global media is a reflection of developing global human consciousness, which has recently entered a period of accelerated change. Within the fields of collective human consciousness, a process of separation is occurring. The creative is expanding, the destructive shrinking, and yet it's getting louder. The quote, "I am the Lord thy God, thou shalt have no other gods before me," has an archaic ring to contemporary ears, but it is an excellent perceptual advice, phrased in terms that those of an earlier age could understand. In terms more relevant to your age, it means simply that your God is that which holds your attention. Attention that is gripped by fiction is not free for perception. It is too preoccupied, too prejudiced, too conditioned, too controlled, too brainwashed to see what may lie beyond the realms of what it chooses to regard as real. There are times when this can be a harmless and enjoyable option. But when fiction is entered into so thoroughly that reality is forgotten and even denied, there is a sacrifice of health and happiness. A world of beauty and wonder beyond all historical precedent opens out before each one who attunes to inner informational currents. The inhabitants of that world naturally honor the God of love because they live in love and so experience its source within them. This world is not a static realm. It is a universal sphere of infinite opportunity. Its appearance in the midst of human history has been occurring subtly here and there since the close of World War II. But in the decades spanning the turn of the third millennium, such locations move into a period of rapid expansion, even as new ones proliferate. Islands of the future arise with increasing frequency, vibrating in the sea of love. The ocean of past programming recedes ever more rapidly. New communities, towns, villages, whole regions, and eventually nations adjust to the growing currents of love. This is the truth. Your mass hysteria media will never comment about this, but by its very nature, electronic media is oriented to events of a loving nature. Electronic media is well suited to covering micro events, but your inner media provides the only reliable means of monitoring the processes that are changing the world. You feel these processes in your heart and soul. Your own love-enhanced, love-heightened perception enables you to see them at work in the world. Often the greatest news occurs in the little things, in the casual greetings of a neighbor, in cooperative exchange between people of backgrounds or races that were once antagonistic. Friendly exchanges that could not have occurred a decade or a century ago are becoming more common, happening daily on city sidewalks, in marketplaces, in post offices and factories, in the corridors of your schools. This is the real news. When we brought you the first wave of transmissions in this series, the emphasis of the global media was still clearly upon the outer world, the world that remains polarized in fear, and so experiences fear's corresponding destruction. By the last of these starseed transmissions, as a new decade dawns, it is clear that much is changing. The old world is disintegrating and falling apart. It is imploding in entropic collapse, as the presumptions upon which it was built are, one by one, proving invalid. As a new world, founded upon new principles, expands slowly to preside over the former domain of the old, it is useful to know that no good purpose is served by monitoring every detail of the old world's passage. Customs may be fading away, but no life, no consciousness will be lost. If compassion or educational currents lead you into relationships with those who still pay tribute to the ancient gods of ego, remember that you cannot serve such people if you allow their interpretations of events to eclipse your own. One's vision of a broad and beautiful landscape can be blocked by just a small, dirty scrap of cloth held in front of one's eyes. Those people are in difficulty only because of their interpretations. Only by remaining true to your own vision can you serve them. Soon your mass hysteria, media, communication systems will resound with the messages of the stars. But always, then as now, these messages will be inferior to the awareness of the stars that you can feel inside. Allow that awareness to circulate freely in your consciousness. This cosmic awareness of your sovereign divinity, your divine sovereignty, and that of every single human being will soon be experienced throughout a wholly conscious human species. Those who place a higher value on their own perception than on the interpretive impressions of others and the news are in touch with informational input far more accurate than the reality descriptions of any external media will ever be. While experience of living in an atmosphere of love is certainly a helpful asset, all that is essential is the willingness to live a love-centered life. Those who are comfortable in an atmosphere of love, even if they have occasional lapses into fear, will be drawn naturally into the awakening awareness. There are no arbitrary standards of perfection. People are drawn into loving and fearful groupings, not on the basis of deeds, but on the basis of intent and vibration. The motivational currents that flow from their hearts attract others of similar vibration, even as they and their world are attracted to the source of love, to its consciousness, and to its eternal life. In the unique inner language of his or her soul, each human being receives the invitation to rejoin the company of love and resume a place among the gardeners of the universal Garden of Eden, the garden of which this earth is but one flowering bed. Chapter 15. Ripples of First Cause. There is not one component of the universal environment, from the tonal ideations that intersect to form the atoms, to gaseous metals that celebrate in the sun, from the microbes to the galaxies, that is not the outer manifestation of a spirit being who delights in that particular form, knows how to sustain it, and has a passion to develop its capacities. As the star maker, I do not create in the sense that something is told to be. Such creations do not last. All too quickly they crumple and decay. The only creation I am interested in is creation that will endure. And the only creation that will endure is sustained by creatures who are themselves that creation. It is essential, therefore, that the universe's component and resident energies and particles be intelligent enough to create themselves out of my being, and wise enough to know how to sustain themselves over the passage of time. To create the universe, or more accurately, to initiate the unfoldment of the universe, I released a tone, a deep and penetrating reverberation. I then withdrew and allowed events to take their course. Where the reverberations of this sound echoed, as they have continued to echo ever since, within and behind everything that exists, I observed, allowing structures to coalesce from out of the sea of undifferentiated being, the Nagual. On their own initiative, atoms formed in the resounding vibratory field, dancing, playing, multiplying as I watched. As time went on, the intricacy of their forms increased, until they were gathering into molecules, and later gaseous clouds, structures of excellence and beauty. For what you would call eons, this went on, the playful interactions of these primary atomic and molecular beings. Often I would delight in watching them. Their play was my entertainment. I also enjoyed drifting peacefully to what you would call sleep, and being surprised when I awoke with what had formed in the echoes of my dreams. Sometimes it would be my dreams that had formed. Other times, things unexpected and wonderful. I slept much during those early ages, as these new formed clouds of subatomic and atomic particles drifted ever closer in various locations, playing with the possibilities inherent in their various charges, enjoying gravitational, electrical, magnetic, and thermal exchange that had not existed before they did. When one of their congregations imploded into the first of the great celebrations to become a star, you can be sure I awoke and approved. Soon, stars were appearing everywhere. Once the vibrational pattern, which can be called a morphogenetic field, was established, and the possibility demonstrated to other gaseous assemblies, it became easier for the later generation of stars to form. Their desire seemed to be to fill the firmament. I let it be so. This method of creation by allowing characterized all that appeared throughout the universe's first, what you might call, 20 billion years, although time per se did not exist yet. Once I had set my creative engine in motion, my role in this type of creation by allowing was primarily passive. Not until after the coalescence of the angels did my role become more active. The angels, or seraphim, or Elohim, made possible a new type of creation by deliberation, or conscious intent. The first prototypes created in this way, with the assistance of the angels, demonstrated the new dimension of biological possibility. With the subsequent rise of biological life, my role gradually became more active. Recently, in this current geological season of the planet which you call Earth, your home, I began playing with the concept of hologrammatic biology that would allow me to clothe my eternal awareness in temporary material form. It was actually the angels who had given me the idea. My thinking was that if the diversification of my consciousness into a family of angelic beings had so magnified my creative ability within these physical realms of bonded energy, then how much more would my creative ability be increased if it were somehow possible to clothe a company of 10 billion of those angels in biological DNA Earth suit costumes, and to do so in such a way that the angelic species, when fully matured, would allow the center of my own cosmic consciousness to awaken, dressed in material, clothed, as it were, in their human families. The idea was intriguing, but it presented complex technical challenges. I would have to begin with the smallest possible particle, a tiny flash of autonomous tonal insight, where several infinitesimal sound waves form a crossroads in the subatomic structure of what later became the nucleotides of human DNA. I would have to take such a primal, self-replicating particle, which is an actual entity, and create around it an environment conducive to the kind of development I wanted to see, and then hope that it would freely choose of its own will to pursue development in the desired direction. I would have to utilize a delicate synthesis of my two methods of creation, deliberately creating a controlled environment designed to evoke the kinds of species I wanted, but then allowing that species to develop entirely through its own volition. But to everything, there is a season. Such a monumental creative work would require many steps through many ages. For me, process is goal. There was certainly no hurry, of course, no urgency, quite the opposite, in fact, to my experimentations. Throughout the process, my greatest enjoyment would continue to be, and is still continuing to be, what it has been since the coalescence of the first subatomic entities, to increase the number of creatures able to share my enjoyment of these physical, dimensional frequencies, and to continuously enhance the joy of existing creatures. After securing the cooperation of certain among the angels and choosing a suitable galaxy, the next order of business was to modify several divisions of one of that galaxy's creation beams coming from the center of the omniverse, relaying to the center of that galaxy and being beamed through certain of the suns. These creation beams make the vibrational climate of those divisions as conducive as possible to the emergence of the required planetary conditions for life. In the course of its movement through space, each galaxy passes through successive creation beams that are designed to encourage processes relating to certain desired patterns of structural development. They facilitate certain things at certain times. Each of these regions establishes, through the quality and nature of its frequencies, a vibrational climate designed to elicit a specific type of creation in the star systems passing through it. As this particular arm of the Milky Way galaxy has rotated slowly through this past creation beam, the vibratory climate of that beam has encouraged humankind's emergence, multiplication, and flourishing upon this world. And your planet's continued physical spiral movement through space is now bringing it out of that old creation beam, which you might call history. In a new region of space, where the Earth is now entering a new creation beam with altered climatic conditions, will, in a very short time, move your species into a post-historic pattern of orientation and inner standing. It is here, in this new field, this new vibratory beam, that you shall truly become a spacefaring species and visit other stars, creating life in suitable planets. This is what the human race was created for. In ancient times I spoke of these things in parable, for that was often all the people of those earlier ages could understand. but to you I can speak plainly. To you who honor the rotation of the earth around the sun and the movement of the sun through the starry fields, to you I say that the kingdom of heaven is like a great network of potentiality cast out into the sea of space, cast outwards from a center deep within eternal beingness. It is a net that spans the infinite reaches of all creation, allowing freedom of development and freedom of choice, and therefore freedom of expression, even if it is predatory, until the wiggling of the net, the tugging on the fabric of space and time, the subtle and to the skillful fisher of souls, significant pattern of movement is felt wiggling the net that indicates there are within the net creatures who have glimpsed the possibilities of which I dream. Indeed, the very possibilities for which I have laid out the universal framework. I know where to place the net, and I have created the laws of probability that indicate when it is most likely to encounter those for whom I search. When the vibrational tuggings on this net come to me, my awareness sails instantaneously down the light corridors of dimensionality, through the lines of energy that make up the grids of the net. When I reach the source of the signals, I observe quietly, alerting none to my presence until toward the very end, where I see incarnate life forms who share my enthusiasm for a certain kind of creation, who have sensed my intelligence and glimpsed one or two of the possibilities that I intend one day to create in these starry fields. I stay and observe further. If my observation reveals that they share my love for all creation and my love for adventure, exploration, discovery, and play, and if these beings have passed the initiation of truth by learning how to sustain themselves in cooperative biological circuitry with their planetary womb-like environment, then I invite my angels to join me, and together we begin to educate those beings. It is important that we prepare these life forms. Without preparation, they would not survive the realization of my dreams. The vibrational tuggings on the net were first felt from your little planet long before the event you refer to as the fall. In relation to the time you have been of interest to me, your fall is but a moment's passage of a cloud across the sun. It may deepen your sense of proportion to know also that the network of potentiality, the Nangwal, that first brought me word of your possibility, radiates outward from the center of this, your home galaxy, like a beam of light. Through this beam, during certain seasons in the cycles of all galaxies, the stars move in their rotations. This beam is the net that caught you. It caught you as an unmanifest potentiality, and you drew it into form. You took the Nagual and made it into tonal. The creation beam is an open-ended, cone-shaped webbing of microluminous filaments that expands outward from my being in a specific and slowly rotating direction. Its energy is my love, of course. Its structure is provided by my intent. But while its name is not important, its function is. In the creation beam's highly charged creative field, many are called. Numerous potentialities come to life in whom I have no real long-term interest. On this world, for example, saber-toothed tigers or dinosaurs. From among those potentialities that are actualized, a few are chosen. Many are called, but few are self-chosen. Those creatures who demonstrate a capacity for eternal life. Only a fraction of the creatures that appeared during the 3.5 billion years or so it takes any one of the suitable planets to pass through the life beam are able to maintain continuity of consciousness through a succession of forms or find stability of energy, identity, or design. When the passage is over and the creative veil is lifted, all but those who have awakened into my understanding recede happily back into the elemental mathematics of their chosen base. Thus, the synthesis of my two methods of creation allows entities to self-coalesce out of the primordial sea of my undifferentiated being, the Nagual, and to establish their own values, their own forms, their own enjoyment and expression, their own level of individualized identity, and their own degree of immersion in the clothing of the energy, matter, light, sound continuum called the tonal. Natural, maintenance-free safeguards are built into this creative system. Entities who identify too much with my wholeness are not differentiated sufficiently as individual beings to survive the lifting of the veil as their star systems pass out of the formative creation beam, for there would be no point in maintaining mirror images or duplicate selves. Conversely, entities that are over-identified with either their individuality or their biological forms are not sufficiently in my awareness to maintain their arbitrary selves. They are basically selfish. When the veil is lifted, as their star system moves out of the formative creation beam, I do not sustain their arbitrary self-definitions. And since they have never bothered to explore deeply enough into the roots of consciousness to know how to sustain themselves, they merely melt back into my wholeness, much as a falling snowflake dissolves into rain on their journeys towards eventual reunification with the sea. No amount of individual will can prevent this melting of structure in arbitrarily identified creatures as they approach the warmer currents of my no longer modified eternal love. And so their forms relax again back into the reservoir of potential from which all beings proceed, the Nagual. It is fascinating for me to observe those entities who have understood enough about what this love parade is all about to distill from my being qualities of spirit that I value, and that they themselves are able to sustain as the creative veil is lifted. At times, the love parade returns to me the most wonderful and surprising gifts. Occasionally, my attention is focused on the little moments, that is, the centuries before the lifting of the veil, because I hold some special interest in a prospective species of unique potential, as I do with humankind on this eve of this meta-historical event. But at other times my attention is elsewhere, among the billions of stars and planets. When the veil is raised on one planet, and I am pleasantly surprised to greet the light beings who then become my new friends and co-workers. I have greeted the emergence of countless cherubim, seraphim, angels, archangels, thrones, dominations, powers, and a host of other spirit beings, of names you have never even been able to comprehend. It is unusual for me to take the sort of interest in a species approach to the veil that I have taken in the case of your human race. But then again, Homo sapiens sapiens was initiated consciously, being far less random an enterprise than species who have come before. The next quarter century of this present cycle will see the Earth physically and consciously enter this new region of space and a new post-historical creation beam. This will be a transition as great as the transition that inspired the first cellular assemblies some 3.5 billion years ago in your oceans, when your world entered this region of the universe and began to respond to the influences that guide development here from those creation beams. This is a significant step in the unfoldment of universal order, the time for which I and many others have been preparing you. Chapter 16, the fusion of spirit and matter. An experience of eternal oneness seeps through the seams of the early 21st century human mind, seeping beneath the stage props and undermining the assumptions that have fostered these past millennia of history. This experience of beingness is slowly uplifting the hearts of millions, yet not quite breaking through the crust, lava-like, as it soon will, the crust of illusions, into general human understanding. But this pulsing, vibrating heat is bubbling beneath the surface of all human lives, altering subconscious predispositions and shifting the tectonic plates of consciousness. like dawn filtering through a winter horizon. This new experience of being comes, silhouetting before it remnants of reptilian, early mammalian fears. As distant music on the wind, its tones and feeling waves caress the peripheral awareness of the nations, darting through what openings there are to become audible for a moment, a gathering, a summit, a symposium, a season of change. Above and between your thoughts, its symphonic strains weave in and out, diving, rising in volume and lowering, gliding, playing upon the air of some wondrous breeze from beyond the rim of the known worlds, the sound drifting through the trees that you can't quite make out, yet everyone knows it's there. Welcome home, beings of light. Know my spirit as your own. Understand this change as every tree that manifests my treeness knows it. Feel it as the flighted eagle knows my eagleness. Know it as the starfish who hears my singing in the ocean knows it. Feel it as the flowers do, their faces turned towards the sun, and the souls of nations will too. For there is but one being who manifests in all that is. There is only one dreamer behind every dream. The dreamer awakens incompletely in the eagle and the tree and the starfish, only partially in flowers and all of the creatures of land and sea, but the dreamer seeks to awaken fully, completely in you. Every creature is capable of knowing my wholeness in spirit, but most life forms are able to translate only a portion of that wholeness into biological expression. The non-human species of this earth are each designed to specialize in a particular range of perception and expression. Only human beings possess the systems of bioelectrochemical circuitry that can translate the full range of my awareness into comprehensive forms of physical plane communication and creation. The true definition of human has little to do with your present genetic structure, size, or appearance, though here on this planet you are indeed prototypes. A human is an individual system of bioelectrochemical circuitry within a species of similar but utterly unique others. The species itself meets the human definition by providing biological circuitry that embodies the precise balance for that particular location in space and time of the following pairs of creative opposites: energy and matter, spirit and form, love and truth. These three pairs stem from but a single inclusive pair. However, there are no terms in any human language that can convey the scope and expansiveness of that pair. The purpose of the galactic creation beam your world is now entering is to elicit upon all sufficiently temperate worlds that pass through it systems of planetary biocircuitry that meet this definition, as does the biology in which you are now fully clothed. When fully activated, human circuitry will serve both as a planetary guidance system and as the regulatory mechanism that will assist in the final stage of the gestational cycle of that organism to which this world is giving birth. Of that organism, humankind is but a part, albeit the central and regulatory part. You are the captains of the ship. The ultimate human purpose is to share with me, the prime creator, mother, father, source, God-sciousness, in the enjoyment of these dimensional realms, and to assist me by being the body or family in which I am incarnate, in the creation of future life forms on other planets. Entities both spiritual and biological, who will then join us in the ongoing exploration and development of all space-time. For your inhabiting the last days of the human species' infancy, awakening is proceeding by stages, perfectly according to plan. Subsequent layers of illusion are falling away one after another, like the peeling layers of an onion. The awakening that is most immediate and that will link you to the multiple levels of earth beingness occurs now, as you feel your interconnectivity with the earth and the life force that engenders her biology. This level of awakening is already complete for some of you. It will be complete for the whole species shortly after the turn of the millennium. Those in whom eternal awareness has awakened still retain that unique human individuality so jealously guarded by the historical ego. But in them, the historical ego has dissolved. They have relaxed their anxious grip on consciousness and expanded into the purposes for which they were designed. Like the acorns who release their acorn self-images to discover rebirth as living sprouts of unfolding oak tree magistry, these budding humans have released their true and eternal human individuality. They have experienced the shattering of the ego's crusty shell and found rebirth in the garden of conscious presence. The healthy egos who share this fertile field of universal awareness have nothing in their psychological makeup to guard or protect or defend, nor could they ever attack another being. There is nothing arbitrary or artificial about them that requires any such effort. Functioning on these radiant purpose currents of eternity, they are creatures of spirit in the service of spirit. They are creatures of love in the service of love. Their unique qualities are cared for, cherished, and supported by the universe itself. Their material values are well balanced. They are respected as essential ingredients of continuing dimensional creation. Such egos are comfortable in the knowledge that they inhabit a universe much larger than that revealed by their specialized focus of awareness, with its emphasis on physical sensation. They know that they must, of necessity, reduce their awareness of certain perceptual frequencies in order to emphasize others. They must stop focusing on fear and only focus on love. And this creates a new role for them, which they have chosen, and a role to purely enjoy. Knowing that their intimate partners, the indwelling spirits of the stars, have chosen to emphasize other complementary frequencies, healthy egos have implicit, unconditional trust in the spirit's overview, and are therefore guided unerringly through the living 3D matrix of structural information that opens ever before them. Their material plane counsel is sought frequently by the stellar spirit who shares the human circuitry with them. Their higher self, their angelic higher selves, are with them always. As their co-creative expression with spirit matures, the frequency of their exchange quickens until it oscillates so many times per second that it requires some effort to distinguish ego from spirit. In healthy function, the two work together in much the same way as do the mitochondria and organelles of a human cell. The cell itself is the true entity, rarely considered in terms of its components, and so it is with ego and spirit in the true human. The true human is a partnership of spirit and ego in so rapid and so smooth an energy exchange that, like the components of the cell, they are not normally considered distinct from the entity they chose to compose. It was only during the historical epoch that the subjective body-associated ego and the incarnating angelic spirit have known distinction. During these last years of history, it is still necessary to refer to these two primary components of the completed human entity, but such distinctions will become increasingly unnecessary as your race awakens. There is currently no lack of enthusiasm on the part of those flickering flames of my being that are the spirits of the stars to incarnate in the human forms that await them on the earth. But there continues to be a reluctance on the part of many human egos to grant them admission. I would that each ego discover the joy and deep pleasure of being in love with its eternal counterpart, entering wholeheartedly into that blissful cycle of exchange that will dissolve its fears and bring each ego the deepest possible fulfillment. This is the inner marriage, the hieros gamos, wherein anima and animus alchemically merge in the crucible of human flesh, divine feminine and divine masculine reunited, where eternal awareness enters human form to see the world through human eyes. This is the union that completes the incarnation of the holy being, of which ego and spirit are themselves but parts. This ego-spirit dyad, who, in doing this, becomes one, receives a gift that neither could accept or comprehend alone, the body of light that I have prepared, and that has long awaited their readiness, your readiness, the luminous biology that, in these worlds, is the true and intended garment of our kind. So has the Christ arisen, the circuitry between heaven and earth completed, charged, animated, and brought to life. Across the former imaginary chasm between the world of spirit and the world of form, lightning leaps, suddenly blinding in its brightness, startling at first, then quickly slowing to a steady, pulsing luminosity within all things animate and alive. A powerful glow holds everything evenly, gently, in a flowing power, as slowly, slowly through it, eternal, cosmic consciousness flows and grows and glows brighter, burning away the last crusts of separation and decay, warming, illuminating, emerging as a radiant individuation of cosmic, unconditional love in every healthy human soul. In this fusion of spirit and matter, the luminous biology, your light body, emerges that can accommodate more than just occasional visitations from beings extraterrestrial and beyond. Biology that can accommodate the gentle descent and awakening of the Star Maker, the intelligence of the primal, unified consciousness field itself, the all that is, the presence of the prime creator, mother, father, source, God-sciousness, whose passing observations create life, and whose interest in it transforms everything. Thus, my awareness comes to each one who awakens on the other side of the psychological process, entering their lives slowly, gradually, in a manner that allows them to acclimate gently to the higher frequencies of cosmic consciousness. The psychological process is the gateway into the Garden of Eden, heaven on earth, the doorway through which my children, my creations, willful reflections of sacred self, return to the garden of my perceptions, their native home. Only the loving can perceive my garden, for only they can comprehend the loving nature that has brought them into being. Their delight, which is my delight in them, grows forever in appreciation, and that appreciation evokes creation continuously. Your human bodies in all their rich subjectivity are yours to enjoy. In the awakened state, you will learn to use your human body far more completely than has been possible in the shadowlands of ego history. However, on the other side of the psychological process, with ego a secondary component of your identity, subjectivity is an option. You turn it on or off as required. Your awareness and the awareness you share with your species flows far beyond subjectivity's closed circuit experience, supported by the infinite energies of eternal love playing in the star fields of your own universal being with others of your kind. You relax fully into the enjoyment of being yourself, being alive. Your body is designed to accent features of the 3D dimensional realms, features that your current stream of art prefers. By varying the placement of your sensory emphasis, you evoke new patterns of universal expression, enjoying an eternal life of infinite variation. The technology of the future. Many assume that the coming millennium is to be a period of low technological emphasis. And they are right insofar as the vast abuses of the industrial age are concerned. But they are wrong in that science and spirituality and technology throughout this coming millennium will come to serve the human race as they have never done in the past. They will serve the purposes of creative cosmic consciousness in ways that are as of yet undreamt. When the debilitating assumptions of history are pulled out from beneath human genius, it will be like a ship lifting anchor, or a bird taking to the air, an anti-gravitic machine lifting soundlessly and flying away. The future holds inventions of a far more organic nature than those of the historical era. On the surface, these inventions will appear simpler than the cumbersome technology of today, yet inherently they will be far more sophisticated. They will be ecologically enhancing, durable, self-repairing, and easy to produce. But the chief feature distinguishing them from solid-state historical structures is that they will be alive. The coming millennium is to be a time of access to the infinite informational systems of eternal being. Fueled by divine intention, technology will make leaps that will make the 20th century appear to be the Dark Ages. Science will no longer deny the spirit within, but will assist in the material implementation of the spirit's implicit designs and patterns. In these times, the great floating cities of light will be constructed through the cooperation of the nations of the world, working together as component organs of a single living whole. Around you even now, you can see evidence of what will someday be created in these spatial fields. You see evidence through the Earth's biosphere, in the life forms that swim her oceans, in the winged creatures that ride the air currents above her mountain passes, in the countless forms of life on the land and in the sea. You see evidence of things to come in diamond crystallizations beneath mountains, in dewdrops turning to snowflakes upon the wind, in the manifestation of rainbows and butterflies. You see evidence of the intelligent design in all the life forms of this planet. Evidence of the intelligence still forming here in time and space. You can see it in your own species, in your sperm, your ova, and chromosomes. Tomorrow's hints are there for you in microbes now, in atomic nuclei, in electrons, neutrons, in the seasons of the Earth, in the cycles of her moon, in the asteroids and occasional comets that pass close enough to view. You see evidence in the other planets within this star system, in more distant stars, in the farthest fields of the Milky Way, and in the patterns of cosmic structures in the galaxies and beyond. In all things great and in all things small, in the macrocosm and in the microcosm, your generalized human vision enables you to see not only what is, what has already appeared as your star system has moved from one side of this galactic creation beam to the other, but what will be and what is yet to be imagined. It is not prophecy that gives you this future vision, nor does this vision stem from some latent, undiscovered dimension of the human psyche. Your human vision enables you to glimpse the future, to sense its promise, its dangers, its potential, because you yourself are the means of that future's creation. Chapter 17, Resonant Pathway of the Stars. The blue-white spiral dance of this fair planet among the stars cannot be fathomed by those who are lost in the dust of her surface. It cannot be perceived clearly by those who forget the fire at their core, the current that brings them to life. There is a way you can remember these things, but to do so you must release all that blocks your awareness. You cannot remember until you are willing to forget. Human knowledge must be released, devalued. Its bulk is blocking the information-sensitive pathways that otherwise would allow the light of true knowledge to stream into your soul. What you lose by your willingness to relax your thinking and open your heart is not knowledge, for knowledge can never be lost. You risk losing only the myopic pronouncements of chattering primates whose infatuation with the plains has caused them to forget the spirits of forest and stars. Though your race has inhabited them for tens of thousands of years, the plains are still a new world to you, a world to which you've never learned to listen or attune. In the chaos that followed your creation of the linguistic deities, you lost sight of the spirit of the forest that once brought you the wisdom of the mother, even as you lost the father's perception. This blinded you to the deeper reality and potential of both yourself and the world around you. Before wisdom can enter you, false knowledge must be released. Truth and fiction cannot coexist. To awaken into the realm of eternal consciousness, you must trust enough to throw open the windows of your prejudice and conditioning, not caring that your central beliefs might blow about for a while until they settle again into a new and clearer order. Whatever has truth will find new resting places. What does not will disappear. You must withhold nothing, not even your most cherished notions of self, from the swirling maelstrom of reconstruction that occurs when you allow eternal cosmic consciousness to fill your heart and soul. To even be able to comprehend what God actually is, you must open your heart to a love greater than any you have ever known. You must die to your former identity patterns and come to know your true identity within my being. This is the death and rebirth that leads to eternal life. Those who experience it step through the veil of historical illusion of separation and enter a world infinitely beyond the microscopic segments that history has described. The designing intelligence behind the universal order seeks to awaken in your human understanding so that one day, in restored health, you might flow out in consciousness from the center of your own heart to explore any part of the universe that may attract your interest. With the rapidity of thought, you can experience all that is as a part of yourself by simply allowing your perception to flow, bringing you into harmony with the resonant pathway of the stars, the great intergalactic starway that circulates universal information and awareness. The stars are points of resonant convergence, points where lines of energy and intention meet. Coming into attunement with your essential being, you resonate with the field of universal being. Through the lens of conscious human biology, you see things, understand things as the universe itself does. You realize and understand that the human family is like a great planetary lens through which the vast realm of matter, in all its many forms, can look to view the galaxies and beyond. But this lens works two ways. Galactic intelligence also looks through the window of the human soul to see into the very depths of the worlds of matter. Has it not occurred to you that the intelligence that knows how to encapsulate the genetic information of the human body in a single cell must be around somewhere beyond the bubble of historical illusion? Has it not occurred to you that the exquisitely engineered, highly specific circuitry of your human body must have an equally specific purpose? Everywhere you look on the face of this earth, you see evidence of an intelligence far beyond that which is typically employed in human affairs. And yet, the intelligence that called into harmonic resonance every organ, cell, and miraculous system of the body that allows you to even listen to these words is here. That intelligence is you. It is your eyes and ears and your whole body and soul. Relax into the awareness that lives in the genetic structure of your body. Relax into the awareness that has long been waiting for admission into your thoughts. Open to the design pattern in which you are conceived, the original vision of your incarnate perfection, the archetypal, vibratory envelope of eternal awareness that has individualized as you in this current space-time reality. Accept cosmic consciousness, welcome it, and awaken to the awareness of your home in eternity. Because you exist, you can never unexist. The intelligence of the Prime Creator, Mother, Father, Source, God-sciousness at the source of all life is faithfully reflected in your body. Allow this awareness to fill your consciousness. You are a holy hologram of God-sciousness. Relax into this awareness. Allow the perfect patterns release. Let the original conception of your individuality find rebirth in your eternal presence. Expand in fulfillment and joy. expressions you feel flowing in your body. Trust the new perceptions flickering behind your eyes. Let that flickering stabilize until you can gaze forth steadily and see the world anew. You have no calling, no obligation, no task more important than this. Recognize behavior in your life that must change to allow this stabilization. Then allow the change to happen as quickly and smoothly as possible and move on. This means waking up from the illusion of separation that you are an individual ego with your own personal dramas, and you must heal those dramas and leave the other egos behind. Those who, day after day, continue to think of themselves as sinners or victims have no intention of changing. They deny the grace that would fill their lives with love, being imagining that they are a sinner and or a victim betrays the cosmic consciousness that would reflect in them the clear, undiminished beauty of their eternal nature and angelic perfection. Repentance and forgiveness is a doorway, not an abode. It is of value only when it inspires healthy change and passes on into a state of restored self-love. To value yourself less than God values you is not humility, it is pride of a most destructive nature. When repentance and non-forgiveness is prolonged, when it is dragged on into a lifestyle or institutionalized into a religion, it is repugnant to spirituality. It is the spiritual ego, divisive as the pride in which it is rooted. Prolonged repentance and non-forgiveness destroys the bridge that I, the prime creator, mother, father, source, God-sciousness, would establish between myself and all humanity. Prolonged repentance and non-forgiveness closes the human heart to the unconditional love that would otherwise pour through it and outward into the world. Choosing to enter the new field of consciousness, the dawning of eternal consciousness, cosmic Christ consciousness, is bringing a new brilliance to the horizon of human ideas. In their first encounters with this brilliance, egos are often afraid, but they need not be. It is their own wholeness that is coming to greet them. What is revealed in the growing light is more sublime and wondrous than even the finest of the visions that occasionally illuminated certain people of history's long, dark night. Such visions, and often the religions or myths that they became, were treasured, like candles in hours of darkness. But in the sunlight, the dawn that is rising upon this world brings an end to all of the little flickering candles of religion. But the ego must understand that the sun's rays come not to harm, but to free those who are oriented to see these visions of the past only in their dark of their illusions and lies. You have the option to wrest the center of your identity, either in your immediate human ego, fear-based individuality, or in the universal field of eternal being that gives birth to your individuality. Historically, you have forgotten that you have this choice. Most religions hide the choice from you. Your identity has been locked in subjectivity for so long that it has built up a certain inertia, a homeostasis that resists change. Though the choice to shift your sense of self back to a holy hologram of God can be made in any moment, there are certain moments when the shift can be made more easily. For there are cycles that converge, and electrochemical magnetic charges that build and mount, just as there are epochs and moments within epochs, like now, when there arrives a particularly powerful pulsation of energy, a rush of clarity, of clear, true consciousness, a window of opportunity that cannot be denied. A wave of consciousness is cresting that you can choose to ignore if you want, or choose to catch the wave and ride on it to an extraordinary shore. But it is a special wave, and though it has risen before and will someday rise again, the troughs between such waves are not measured in terms relevant to human understanding. I know when these moments come, for I am with you in all moments, whether you are aware of me or not. For though I am the one who is your creator and your source, as I see through you, I am also your own inner reality. I am the face of Yeshua that bears your mark and your quality. Though it is a distinct and individualized I who seeks to awaken within you, it is the one I all the same. This special moment, favored above all others, will be experienced by all, prepared and unprepared alike, when the great quantum shift occurs. Your choice to enter the awakening field of consciousness now helps to distribute more evenly across both time and place the influx of transformational energy, thereby helping to make the collective human transition more graceful. Before you came into awareness of this coming shift, I ushered and guided you for thousands of years. I shepherded you in and out of experiences designed to help you release your addiction to fear's many illusory demons. Experiences designed to help you move into the here and now, when you have the capacity and the wisdom to make the new shift choice. The choice that yet must be truly your own to make. The choice to shift the placement of your identity. Don't be silly and think you are unworthy or unprepared for such a great step. In every way, you have always been prepared. In other ways, there is not, nor could there be, any preparation. Long have I observed you from within, from behind your thoughts and feelings. I know the moment when the odds are in your favor, when the likelihood of your making the choice of eternal life is greatest. Now is such a time. You are ready to make this simple decision. You have right now all that you will ever need to release the ruling fear-based conditioning of history and to ride the ascending wave of love beyond the spell of matter into an awakened life, an eternal life. I know you feel this wave, this heightening of awareness. It may be that we will wrestle together with your past. This happens with some. Yet there is no need to examine what you have been, no need to analyze that which must change and fall away. I am content to let it all go if you are. But the choice is, as it always has been, yours. One cannot enter the fields of true perception while holding on to lies. So I have waited for you yesterday, and I will wait for you tomorrow if there is need. But the wave of which I speak rides upon a tide that spans only a handful of decades, and some of those decades have already passed. The limited human concepts adrift in this rising tide of consciousness are not suitable craft in which to confine your understanding. They will never carry you beyond sight of history's shore. The light ships of my inner standing navigate eternal seas. You cannot board them if you cannot perceive them, and you perceive nothing from behind the doors of yesterday. My light ships of understanding sail above and beyond. They are temporarily anchored in this wave, but they will not long remain. I am a moving, evolving being, and this is not my final port of call. I come now to knock upon the door of your heart. There are those here with me of the angelic realms who, though they cannot open the door for you, you alone must do that, have been illuminating the doorway and encourage you in spirit and an open heart. Once you reach forth, your will to move through the doorway will be assured, so that many luminous beings will help you to hold the doorway open while you pass through into the new awareness, the awareness that will make my light ships your own. Chapter 18. On the eve of the Bimillenium. This world is like a lush garden on the eve of harvest. The weeds are thick among the melons and the corn. Potato vines, withered and brown, are almost lost among amaranth, datura, and morning glory. The garden has produced well. The harvest will be extraordinary. But the gardeners of this world sense the fullness that could be, a potential greater still, if they wait just a short time longer. The weeds can no longer do any harm, but a brief wait could add substantially to the quality and quantity of the yield. Crossing the 2012 gateway into 2013, humankind has almost reached its due date for the cohesion of its collective consciousness awakening. The telepathic frequencies of the rising wave of consciousness is converging within more numerous, more aware, and more interconnected people around the world. The awakening is the second coming, but that of cosmic Christ consciousness. The signs and signals are clear. There are already portents before you that would have turned many ancient races back to God. Portents they looked for, searched for, but could not see. The wonders you live with today were prophesied for so long in the tribes of the West and became so encrusted with the familiarity of tradition that when they finally began appearing, you did not even recognize them for what they were. There are externals yet to come. Signs, signals from the nations and the young, and these will validate the remaining details of what has been foretold. But the essence of the prophecies is within you, vibrating, pulsating within you. Do not depend on external validation, but experience it within you as your soul remembers, as your spirit settles fully into your awareness and opens its eyes, your eyes, to see, possibly in your dreams at night, manifesting in your days. When my eternal cosmic consciousness has awakened fully in the human family, the Earth Mother, Goddess Gaia, will look upon her child that lies in the manger of her matter, and she will rejoice. Her unconditional loving energy mingling with mine, swirling together in the nowness of a single eternal presence, will sweep the face of this world with such waves of loving grace that all that has been prophesied concerning my coming shall be fulfilled, and more, and more, and more. For the prophets of old have only understood a small dimension of the emerging reality. The commingling of planetary joy, human volition, and my Star Maker's consciousness will swirl together in a unified whirlwind of love. The terrestrial realm will be restructured in light, beauty, and oneness. I will define you, my human ones, more beautifully than you could ever define yourselves. Love is the energy of expansion, the vital currents of creation. When it touches matter lightly, the matter responds with life forms such as you have on this earth today. When love touches matter fully, stars are born. And so it is that I choose to touch this world with the delicacy of the winged tribes, becoming many spirit beings, so that in each location I might devote personal attention to the forms that matter takes, as my love brings to gentle vibration collections of particles previously subject only to thermal change. Gently, easily, through the angelic winged ones, I guide these terrestrial vibrations as I have for thousands of years. Gradually, new life forms emerge, then proliferate. As little by little I release my love more fully and ever more fully. This is my creative force, an irresistible magnetism that has drawn life from the very rocks and minerals of the earth where life was not before. The same love that quickened the first organic molecules in the ocean shallows and warmed them into early cells. A vibrational quickening characterizes the currents of my love, and its amplification upon this world will soon be complete. As it nears completion, the rate of change will accelerate beyond the possibility of any ego's comprehension. Truly, a whole new world will appear, rising phoenix-like in the midst of the old. Indeed, the new world is here now, but its geography is the same as the world of historical times. It is a world of new perception, a world of new inner standing, a world where resources are limited only by the capacity to love and understand them. Wherever love is felt and honored, so is the Creator loving. I desire no greater praise than to feel love in each of you. What I seek from my creation is the knowledge that the love I give to my creatures is as vital to them as it is to me, not because of commandments or requirements, but because my creatures catch the spirit of my nature. They fall in love, with its magic, its joy, its eternal pursuit of beauty, wonder, and new creation. This is what it means to be born again in God, to awaken within one's heart and soul the same motivation that motivates the sun, moon, and stars. The same motivation that rushes in rivers down the valleys of the earth to splash into the sea. The same motivation that thunders in her heavens and celebrates her ecosystems. Songs will be sung, bells will be chimed, structures may rise to the heavens to celebrate this great love, and such things can add beauty and enjoyment. But do not forget the love that is the rightful inhabitant of the only real church. You do not allow vandalism in your churches of glass and stone. If the true temple of my awareness, then, is the human body, mind, and heart, should you condone vandalism there, on these more sacred grounds than any building in existence? The ground of a human soul is more hallowed than the ground of any church in the world. Regard your awareness with the same reverence that was once reserved for your cathedrals, temples, synagogues, and shrines. When you fail to respect the human temple, your body, heart, and mind, you fail to respect me, the Creator. When you allow your thoughts to be a marketplace of desire, you are too distracted with the clamoring of thieves to sustain the gentle awareness of love, the eternal sensitivity that seeks always to live within you, and you cut yourself off from that which alone could possibly satisfy you. Allow love free access to your heart and mind, for here the deepest communion between Creator and creation is designed and destined to occur. Long have I animated this sacred planet, awaiting your readiness. I'm not so far off now, my children, my people, neither in time nor in space. My being has always surrounded human illusion. I call that illusion into me now, and to me it flows to be dissolved. Like the meridians converging at the poles, it comes more rapidly now to me, where it is absorbed, transmuted, released, and dissolved, leaving only truth and love. Chapter 19, Songs of Distinction. All learning is remembering. When the polarity of your perception reverses, what you once thought of as an external world, you experience as the projection of your own dimensional vision. The premises that support your thinking are fundamentally altered. Figure and ground are reversed. Creature and environment are experienced as components of a single system. Indeed, it could not be otherwise. Observer and observed, figure and ground, cannot be separated. Each projects the other and conforms to its contours as closely as the ocean to the beach. Distinctions are recreational. In the currents of eternal life, they are emphasized at certain times and de-emphasized at others, but they are never absolute. Lover and beloved are forever unified at the deepest levels. Distinctions serve to further develop the great masterpiece of inhabitable art that this universe is and is always forever becoming. And they magnify the means to enjoy it. In the fallen state, you have functioned in reverse. You have taken your direction from what you perceived as an external world filled with individual egos and laws and rules. Since that world actually does not exist, your creative power was mischanneled into creating a world that conformed to your illusions and lies. In healthy function, this cannot occur. Your creature environment understanding, your self understanding, your ego mind understanding does not enter you from without, but rises up like a spring from within your heart. When your love for God and your fellow humans and animals and this precious planet spills over into graceful, unified function, your use of the human mind becomes exquisite. On the channels of inner being, you receive the informing pulsation of the life force directly, no longer filtering it through egoically structured thought. My love becomes your love and flows out into your environment with such force of expression that no construct or habit or concern from what others think about you from the old historical fiction is able to enter you. When you love fully without reservation, you feel, sense, and move within love's rhythmic current. The definition songs that pulse through your soul are free to call out the excellence of your surroundings. As you allow love to flow out from within you, you will remember that every single thing has its own soul song that is at once its definition and its expression. You will recognize and understand that all lives in this blessed biosphere, and much more besides, are objectifications of your own melodies, and consciously then you will sing the songs of distinction, the songs that call forth all that appears in this planetary environment. A sculptor can always use hammer and chisel, but if she can sing the right songs, the songs that speak the true names, the songs that go to the very heart of the matter with which she works, she can inspire that matter to participate intelligently in its own development and recreation of its own new song. The matter will do more than conform to her conceptions. It will surpass her conceptions with ideas and suggestions of its own. the materials themselves inform the conscious artisan of the implicit possibilities, biological or otherwise, inherent within them. Even the greatest artist does not perceive as well as the materials with which she works. Even before you experience the psychological process of changing into non-duality cosmic consciousness, you can communicate with the minerals and elements of this earth when you stop seeing them as separate and inferior to yourself, when you regard them as equal but distinct expressions of the matter, energy, spirit continuum. When you collaborate with your own ego, entwining your respective views in the flow of an integral life, you can go to the very heart of every creature, every stone, every crystal, every plant, every ocean wave, every starfish on the beach, and you can go to the heart of every grain of sand, and you can sense it is happy, it is complete, and it is developed to its pinnacle of its desired intention. And wherever you choose to turn your attention, it will be most welcome. Just as a forest rises to greet the sun, reaching up and welcoming its light, its energy, its love, you will find the minerals and elements and plants of this earth rising up to welcome you. So the earth has always favored and always will favor those who are in love. In the awakened state, you perceive not only the physical world, you see the spirit world, the world of shimmering potential. When you perceive conceptions that have crystallized ethereal design patterns in the currents of universal awareness, and when you see conceptions of as of yet unmanifest physical possibilities, you will be able, should you choose, to guide the molecular flow of appropriate substances into designs in your mind. Through you, the visions of eternity will manifest in these realms of structured light. The earth's joy at engaging with one incarnate who sees with the vision of the Creator is the joy of a lover rushing to meet her beloved. In many cases, your presence and your vision will be all that is required to inspire the appropriate minerals, rocks, crystals, and plants. When the energy of your loving attention shines upon a specific design pattern, all that is required for its dimensionalization will flow into it with the ease and the efficiency of a sapling rising to greet the sun. Molecular substance is eager to flow into the patterns that will release its potential, eager to enter our designs, your designs, the designs of the consciousness of that which created the universe with these very possibilities in mind. through the spirit world that surrounds and interpenetrates all things, you have brought forth this present season of beings and creatures into this world. But when your creative intentions are channeled through awakened human consciousness, you can introduce more specific detail and more effectively guide terrestrial development. With conscious human participation, an advanced order of creation is possible, an order that will build upon what has appeared through former creative ages, taking all things to a higher developmental octave, to a higher order of beauty and truth. Your Mother Earth can be brought to the perfection of her potential only through this second type of creation. Only through eternal beings incarnate in human form, who know universal intentions as their own. You are one of the eternal beings with whom I share this purpose. Your human body is a composite of intricate and interwoven biological systems, some of which are designed to focus creative energies. These systems can direct the creative streams of focused attention with far more precision and accuracy than is possible from a disincarnate seat of awareness. When human egos welcome the consciousness of their eternal counterparts back into their human bodies, and again cooperate with their own forgotten purposes, the historical intermission will at last be over, and the creative unfoldment of this world will resume. The earth will bear much greater fruit than what has appeared historically, for through the human family, an entirely new cycle of creation will commence. A second creative movement, as distinct from the first as a solo is distinct from a fully orchestrated symphony. Awakened, you are a master artisan, a musician singing the songs of praise that the Father Star sings to Mother Earth. You will remember the songs that call forth root and tree, flower and cloud, leaf and stone. But more than this, for disincarnate spirit can evoke these things without human help. You will remember how to sing the songs that only awakened humans can sing, songs that will bring metals up from the ground, songs that will attract elements, minerals, materials from great distances through the power of their true names and your loving intent. You will sense the vibrational frequencies and channels upon which each plant, each animal, and each individual mineral functions. You will recognize the energy currents upon which they live and move. Awakened, you know your human electrochemical biological circuitry for what it is, a system of empathy, a system of creation designed to regulate and evoke biological machines. You understand that the systems and creatures, indeed all aspects of this active biosphere, have connections in the human body. Within yourself, you will activate the glands and organs that correlate to each of the Earth's animal, vegetable, and mineral species. You will feel their frequencies and know their uses. You will sing the songs that will cultivate the garden that is this world, songs to nourish and fulfill her forms of life, songs to regulate her climate, songs to guide her rainfall. You will remember the songs of wind and rain, songs of the seasons, songs of evocation and blessing, songs of love, songs that will assist Mother Nature, Goddess Gaia, in maintaining a fertile biosphere, a task she now does largely alone, often in spite of, instead of assisted by, humankind. And within the awakened human, you will arise the songs that will bring forth new creatures, new species, to bridge the life forms of today with the life forms that will carry biology to the stars. Chapter 20. A second age of universal creation. I would have you first know the spirit of God-sciousness through one another, through your human families, and then through the creatures of this world, through the four-footed and the winged, the fish that swim the ocean depths, the vegetation that blossoms in every healthy environment. I would have you know me through the many. In these realms, this is how I know myself. I come to this world not to know myself as the one, for that I have always known, but to know myself in you, to perceive a world through your eyes, that together we might continue the work of creation and together enjoy all that has been created. One identity wave flows through all that is, from the universal to the personal. It splashes upon these temporal shores, leaving behind in its creative wake the luminous droplets of individuality that become all creatures, both in the spirit world and the worlds of form. This wave is the current of my eternal love. It carries an intelligence and wisdom that I invite you to share, to remember, and to know as your own. I speak to you during these transmissions at times through the perspectives of the many, through the angelic beings who know their source in my wholeness. At other times I speak to you as the One, as your Creator and your Source. This manner of speaking in the first person of I recognizes the distinction between human egos and the Spirit of God. Even as the cells are distinguished from the body, these are distinguished. Yet this manner of address is not intended to distinguish human spirits from my own. All spirit comes from one source. All spirit returns to the same source. I share these first-person accounts not to diminish your awareness of that source, but to heighten it, to invite yourself back into remembrance of it as your own. To let your ego stand alone while you and I converse as two, this is educational, and it is good. But to feel your ego revived and alive again as together in oneness we experience this terrestrial world, this is love and truth and creation. This is bliss itself, a joining and an enjoyment more wonderful than any sexual union. It reactivates the mechanism that brings my focused attention, and therefore new creation, to the earth. It brings the human ego refreshment from the currents of the deepest truth, fulfilling every purpose, every longing, every reason for its being. For your ego and my spirit are eternal lovers. Throughout these many thousands of years of human history, egos have longed for my presence, as I have longed for their return to their true place in creation's design. But egos have been blind to my presence. They have known only the tiniest, fleeting snatches of the love I bring, if they have known it at all. Yet I have guided your race along a measured path that has at last brought you here today, to this moment when communication between us is clear and conscious. The love song that enters your awareness as you turn your heart again to your source comes as a loving current of attentive energy. As you accept that love, you feel how thoroughly you are loved by your Creator who has called you into being. Allow yourself to become immersed in that love. Feel it, even as I feel it for you, even as it brings into being all that you perceive and encounter. You are the species through whom I love creation, and the means through which I shall call out her greater potential. You are my gift to the world, and the world's return to me. Wherever this material plane has not yet blossomed into the fullness of her potential, your love will provide the necessary climate for that blossoming. Your thoughts and actions will provide the nutrients for its growth. As you allow yourself to receive fully my love for you, you become capable of loving as I do. Through that love, you become a conscious cell in my dimensional organ of thought and expression, while retaining your human body and your individuality of form. You simultaneously know yourself in spirit as one with your Creator. However, the individual is never the whole of God. The God that lives within you also lives within all of humankind, though in some I am well honored, and in some I am denied. My spirit manifests in all biological life, in all planetary life, in every star, in all things from the greatest spiraling galaxy to the tiniest subatomic particle. Every creature is designed to specialize in the expression of its own type of my love, bringing to focus my specific qualities and characteristics through them. This is how and why individuals were created. As I proceed now into the final stages of awakening in the collective cosmic consciousness of your race, there are some individuals beginning to realize this great truth who yet confuse the point by saying, I am God, or I am Jesus, or I am Christ. There is no need for such a statement. More often than not, it causes confusion, at the least. The very mouth that forms the words proclaims that the speaker is, if awakened, an individualized expression of God, a part of God, a servant of God, a representative of God, one with God in spirit, but in human form. That individual inhabits a world of many diverse and spiritually equal beings, no single one of whom is greater than any other. Those who are sharing my consciousness throughout the earth and working most closely with me in facilitating planetary awakening, those who are healing and educating, are not greater than the worst of you. Even those who give others cause to fear are not inferior, only sleeping still, as perhaps you yourself slept not so long ago. Though some may be among the wheat that I gather up into the harvest of this age, and others among the chaff that will be filtered out and assigned to a realm of continuing education, even between these there is no spiritual distinction of value. Among those who are consciously sharing my presence, there is no greater or lesser, no master or servant, no lords or commoners. All such distinctions are of the ego. All humans are equal in the eyes of God, both those awakened and those immersed yet in the educational processes that lead to awakening. After my awakening in collective cosmic consciousness of humanity, the creative pursuits of awakened human beings will be far more varied than the roles played in the historical era. Yet there will be no hierarchy or ruling class. You will know yourselves as equals, one family, sharing a planet, sharing joy, sharing awareness, sharing the exploration of these dimensional frequencies, working together in spiritual equality to develop their individual potentials. The river of life. Among Christians, there are those who anticipate my coming as if it were a phenomenon they could observe from a comfortable distance, critiquing the activities of others while they themselves remain aloof and non-committal. Yet, the event the Christian world looks toward as the second coming of Christ is no spectator event. It is a participatory current of dynamic transformation, a rapidly flowing stream of consciousness of love and equality into which all are invited and through which all must pass, as this consciousness grows to eventually engulf all humanity, regardless of religious persuasion. The coming of myself will begin the final decade of my awakening into the field of collective human consciousness. It will be the last decade of a process that has taken many centuries. It will be a time of great change, during which a large percentage of humankind will choose to enter cosmic Christ consciousness, leaving forever the realms of history and individual ego. The stream of consciousness of which I speak is the river of my eternal life. It is the dividing line between the subconscious realms, the background landscape of creation, where creatures know not of their origins in God, and the conscious realms, where all creatures know that they are holy holograms of a unified field of being, where they know that they are conscious co-creators, individually focusing a shared field of awareness. In the final moment of my awakening, a moment that for many will seem an eternity, all human beings who have not yet entered the river of life will then do so, if even for a brief flickering of their attention. All who have not already chosen will then choose a future upon either side of the river of life, the subconscious realms of ego and history, or the conscious realms of eternal life. For those who choose to remain in the subconscious realms, this choosing will not be final. But for most of them, much time will pass before they choose again. Human history has been like a city, moving gradually over the centuries closer and closer to the river of life, expanding outwards. A city founded in the arid mountains, the generational migrations of its people gradually following the tributaries that irrigate the mountainside ever downstream, deeper and deeper into a valley of the river and the fertile plants and many animals that flank the river's shores. As the 21st century opens, a new generation, your own, finds itself settled along the very banks of this precious river. Already many pioneers have set out from among you to explore the other shore. Soon there will be a massive crossing of human beings from one side of this river to the other, from the subconscious realms, where fear is the primary source of motivation, to the conscious realms, which know only the motives of love. Those few who may choose to remain behind will not be uncared for. They will experience an age of further history, much like the history that humans have experienced in the past. There will be good times for them and bad times, as they gradually wind their way through the same learning processes that now find the majority of you ready to migrate beyond the shadow of illusion across the river. Do not underestimate the power of the momentum behind the forces that are now crossing the river. The gentle influences of our education have been raining steadily upon the consciousness of the foothills and the mountains of human assumption for many years now. The rains have fallen into the rivers, and the waters of truth have not yet swollen the lower river or spilled into the streets of your city on the shore, but the roar of their coming is audible and growing in volume. Already the roar itself has wrought fundamental changes, though few yet recognize the cause, and greater changes are yet to come. Those who remain arms crossed, tut-tutting, observing, judging, and criticizing from a conceptual distance, will experience growing pressure to move beyond their belief systems and into the participatory current. As the river rises, that pressure will increase until all past-oriented structures of understanding are swept up and dissolved in the living waters. Some may attempt a hurried scramble to the rooftops to stand a moment longer upon the strongest of their structured beliefs, but that attempt is futile and saves them nothing in the end. The river that is rising in this age will engulf the entire city of former human consciousness. Before your generation has passed away, all will have entered the waters, either through their own volition or because the waters have come to them. Of course, the rising of the river of life is a metaphor. There is no actual flood of water washing over the earth. The flood of which I speak is a current of rising vibrational consciousness frequencies. My vibrational field draws forth the life of this material world and interpenetrates her atmosphere, her plants, her creatures. Historically, my vibrational field has been distinct from the field of collective human consciousness, but this is what is now changing. As I gradually allow my love for this world, her people, and her creatures to flow freely once again, I remove by increments the historical restrictions that I once placed upon it. These restrictions were instituted at the origins of history so that the fear-centered ones of your race, the larger part of humankind, could survive a cycle of education without destroying themselves. As these restrictions are now removed, my creative energies intensify. Those who cause others to fear are no longer protected from the effects of their emissions. They are no longer protected from reaping what they sow. What has been called the last judgment or instant karma has begun. Yet it is not I who judge, it is you who judge yourselves and thereby choose your future by vibration. The volume of the love song that has evoked all life upon this planet is being steadily amplified. With each new day it becomes more difficult to live without regard for the harmony of that song. I assure you who may yet feel trapped in historical situations that there is no human force, no agency, no influence whatsoever that can keep you from discovering the current of my consciousness within you. Once you are aware of its existence and choose to look for it, you will feel it everywhere. My thoughts flow into your consciousness in each moment with each breath. On the current of your awareness, my love enters. Lift your eyes from conditioned interpretations. Look up and see clearly again. Some discover the current of my love the first moment they are reminded of its presence within them. Others require more convincing of the outer mind and take longer to let go of their conditioning. The former are no better than the latter. In fact, many of the latter are better educators and healers because they have experienced slower processes of realizations. They are not as likely to forget how, only yesterday, they looked at things in the manner of those who yet slumber. There is no reason why instantaneous awakening cannot occur, and in fact it does in some. And those who experience that are truly blessed. But it is wise for these rapid awakeners to move humbly and quietly in their early interactions with the world, not setting themselves up on a pedestal or failing to have compassion for those who yet require time to awaken. It is for no human being to judge another. The sick, the homeless, the beggars on the street corner may, for all the judgmental know, be my principal healers in that particular area, or perhaps the means through which I am giving some hesitant family the teaching that they need, that for them will make all the difference. Waste no thought in judging others or even in judging yourself. In some humans I awaken quickly, in others more slowly. Through all who welcome my love into their lives, I incarnate. And through each of them I draw still others toward the light, love, and truth, each newly awakened one becoming a resonant reminder, a magnetic attractor of cosmic consciousness that lives within every human being, helping in time to awaken in every one. The coming religious transformations. Gatherings in churches and in the great cathedrals of the world are to be powerful aspects of the forthcoming planetary transformation. Many congregations will be singing during the actual moment of quantum awakening some decades hence. These assemblies will provide valuable points of stability for their communities, centers of continuity around which the swirling energies of change will leave some things virtually untouched. But there are other churches in a different category, and it is not by their physical structures that you shall know the difference, but by the vibrational atmosphere created when their congregations meet. Associate only with congregations whose atmosphere encourages love for all, whose atmosphere helps to dissolve the sense of separation among people and between people and their God. Associate only with congregations whose members welcome all without judgment, recognizing the eternal spirit of each individual human and drawing it forth through their loving exchange. Such congregations will be familiar with the atmosphere of heaven. Everyone will leave their meetings knowing my presence within them. Those who facilitate such gatherings will be as sisters to you, as brothers and friends and family. Their emphasis will be upon the universal access that every human being has to loving consciousness of eternal life. Their words will be reminders to let the Spirit of God come forth in expression, not only during services, but always, in every and any moment. There is no place where the presence of God is not. Only people who are not fully present in the places where they are. You have only to be present to know all you need to know. Do not suppose that your understanding should be greater than it is, or compare it to another's. Do not short-circuit your life energy by trying to work on, change, or improve your grasp of the truth. Begin trusting in the truth I have created for you, the truth that you yourself already are a holy hologram of God-sciousness. Without love, there is no understanding of God or self or reality. To experience the new baptism, the baptism that clarifies human understanding in the living waters of truth, you must release all that you know and all that you believe into the currents of love. All that is valid in your inner standing will remain revivified, sparkling with renewed clarity. But the illusions of your history-bound cognitive dissonance will disappear. They will be gone, erased, dissolved, as if they had never existed. For in truth, they were never real. You will emerge from that baptism still using some images and concepts in your speech, but in the holy presence you will then inhabit, they will be like wildflowers blooming in joyous profusion at the water's edge, not like brittle petals shut between the leaves of dusty volumes, centuries old, even millennia, beyond the seasons of their growth. Know this, you do not have to study spiritual things. The truth that will transform your life and nourish your spirit comes from within you when you feel love. I have not called you into this world to worship the concepts of humans, but to awaken within you the living spirit of love and to express that spirit in all that you do. It is not possible to know the reality of God through anyone else's experience or words. In this, as in all prior historical ages, the worship of false gods is prevalent. Many denominations are entirely concept-oriented, dogmatic institutions that worship the understanding of the human mind. They worship interpretations and translations of founders or current leaders. Many of the founders of the various Christian denominations were sincere and insightful people through whom my spirit was active. But to the degree that you lock yourself into a structure of their understanding, then I have failed in my work through them. When your spiritual life is oriented around theology, you worship human understanding. The same deity once represented as a golden calf in the wilderness of Sinai. Those who worship human convictions instead of God would do better to fashion their deities in physical form. They would see plainly what they do. Look for the truthful vibrations of love behind every ritual, every ceremony, every celebration you encounter. Enjoy the rich diversity of truth's multiple expressions. Be grateful when the words of others remind you of truth you may have forgotten. Be grateful for those who help you discover ways of expressing what you know, new phrases, new terms perhaps, but do not use old-fashioned, recycled expressions. Express only what you know. Speak only from your own experience, and you will always speak from truth. Be always open to new ideas. Listen to the perspectives of others. But never let anyone cause you to doubt yourself. For I do not doubt you. And why should you doubt that in which God has full trust? In the language of light, understanding and perception are represented by the same word as our other individual phenomena. But then, you already know these things. Chapter 21. The Garden of Conscious Presence. We are gardeners, you and I, in the garden of the conscious presence. we draw the substance of the past into conceptions of the future. I am the source of the garden's design, and I return to the garden through you. Together we tend the fields of possibility, drawing forth the inexhaustible beauties of structure, objectifying wonders, and manifesting new orders. Each universal context spirals outward toward maturation. It gives birth to new and more intricate contexts within itself, revolutionizing former understandings of scale and revealing a host of new worlds to explore, inhabit, and enjoy. Each successive order of manifestation becomes the basis of yet another order, and then of still another. So new creatures coalesce from the fields of possibility, populating every desirable realm, as infinite potential eternally uncoils from the heart of God-sciousness. A universe expands more rapidly than light can tell the tale. This is why we have come, to paint eternity's vision on a canvas of moments and days. Will you walk again the pathway of this garden with me, naked, guilt-free, in the morning sun? You need not be ashamed. The fall of which you have heard is not an irreversible tumble, but rather a momentary lowering of sights. In my eyes, it is but the first stumbling steps of a 1-year-old child. No great matter. Your knee is perhaps bruised, but that is your history, not your destiny. When the sting is fresh, it is hard for a child to realize this, but raise your eyes above the ground. You face no such angry God. I have seen too much to be overly concerned. It is you who have taken this so seriously. It is natural when the knee is bruised to focus upon the damaged skin, but do not lose sight of the rest of your body, which remains healthy and robust. I have compassion for yesterday's pain, but my thoughts are of today's healing. For history's tendency to indulge its evil, I have no sympathy. In your initiative to rise from the indulgences of fallen consciousness and to awaken again to the majesty that you share with the Star Maker, the arms of the earth support you more than you know. The earth holds in consciousness only what is relevant to each moment. In this moment, Goddess Gaia, Mother Nature, puts all that she encounters to the best use, caring not what it thought of itself yesterday or what it expects to be tomorrow, noting only what it dares to be right now. To the fulfillment of that vision, whatever it might be, the earth gives her all. She is dedicated to the development, to the growth and happiness of all her life forms, her minerals, her wildlife, the fish in her oceans, the birds that soar above her summer clouds, and the earth is dedicated to you. She will make your dreams come true. She will reflect back to you your embodied thoughts. Those who anthropomorphize the earth and project upon her the petty attitudes of vengeance do not know their planetary home. The earth has never withheld from you forgiveness for your choices. Forgiveness is extended even in the moment your choices are made. It is wise for a gardener to study the soil, but there is also a time to lift your eyes to the sky, whence comes the sunlight and rain. Come, follow the pathway of these thoughts even further. Let them guide your perception into the energy streams that animate this world. Feel the earth's love for you, the love that shines as the light of the sun, the eternal streams of love's light. To share in the totality of God's perceptions is to be both owner and servant of all that you perceive. It is to notice the potential of each river, each valley, each field, each community, to recognize the potential as your own potential, and to draw it forth, further revealing the flavor and texture, the possibilities, the endless beauty of life. Release yourself into the natural flow of awareness that is yours without effort. See how easy, how simple it is, how it continues even without your thoughts. Feel the river of perception flowing outward from your eyes. Feel it flow into your ears with these words. Ripple through your arms and flow down your body and out into the atmosphere around you. This is the new heaven, the creative perception you have been designed to accommodate. It is your natural way of being. Relax any habitual structures that may block the flow of this awareness. Allow your old interpretations of the world to fall away. See the mosaic of informational energy that objectifies this world, this garden. You, dear soul, were never driven from the Garden of Eden. Your own past and future orientation blinded you to its presence within and around you. All is revealed now in the silence of your heart. Consciousness in gentle waves laps upon the beach of your awareness, your presence. Like little tiny gusts of wind from a gentle fluttering of a butterfly's wings, eternity breathes you into being. Within you now, the very breath of life rises and falls. See, beyond the shells of programmed human thought, a new heaven and a new earth, suspended in the universe of God, that reveals God in all things. You are God's consciousness. You are God-sciousness, God's means of perception in these realms. Inside the being of God, you are the way eternity feels this world. It takes no effort to remember. What you need to retain, you could no more forget than your name, the nature that fills you with the same breath that breathes these worlds. The kingdom of heaven opens before you like a fertile countryside appearing as you crest a mountain pass. Even in your darkest hour, only the filmiest of interpretations prevented your perception of this truth. You have lived always inside the being of God, and God has always been inside you. There is nowhere else to live, except illusion, of course. As awareness of your eternal nature returns, you realize that the effort that was needed to sustain the illusion of separation was truly enormous. It required massive and constant exertion to override your inner knowingness, to ignore your instinctual ways of being. The illusion of separation required an ongoing, albeit subconscious, struggle to block this flow of love. It was difficult to maintain the pretense of an exclusive, separatist individuality. Your identity is a matter of no concern to you now, a natural branching of the stream of life, no more, no less. Your initiative, your insight, your freedom, the individuality with which you are equipped, these moments of time, these are your gifts. Use them and all that you are to ease this great transition for the human family. Assist me from within human culture, providing for the material needs of my creatures while I accelerate and bring to conclusion the awakening. Make it easier for the people around you, insulating no one in exaggerated comfort, but seeing that as many as possible of the earth's children are fulfilled in their basic needs for water, warmth, nutrients, shelter, and then understanding. Those who do not build fences around themselves do not build fences around the material world. Only those whose identity is circumscribe their worlds, fencing off objects, creatures, landscapes, dividing ownership of things. Who owns the morning? To whom belongs the rain that calls the harvests from the field? Who owns the wind that rolls in the thunder above the sea? Can any of you claim to own the sunlight or the shadow of the earth upon the moon? All these things and more are yours in the fullness of your spirit, but they have never been, nor will they ever be, the property of individuals. This is also true of anything you fashion from the earth. No human can own oil or diamonds or houses give thanks to God, the source of all, for whatever might come within the field of your stewardship, and govern it wisely, guiding it to where its values will be most appreciated and understood. But know that even the finest artifacts of the most enlightened culture cannot bring happiness where the presence of God is unknown. If you would be quickly freed from the spell of matter, freely share your possessions. Anything that you think you own actually owns you. Be responsible in your stewardship, allowing neither misuse nor destruction of that which enters your care. But do not take these material things more seriously than life itself. They have no value, except where life is in expression. Where their value looms over large, the expression of life is restricted and confined. Those with many possessions have many corresponding fears. Among those who live in the awareness of God, there is no concept of ownership. The sons and daughters of God cannot perceive a tree, a flower, a car, a garden, a country, without owning it in the truest sense inside. The painting does not possess the painter. The whole of the material realms are your paint and your canvas. You will not be taken from them, nor they from you, for you have only begun your artistic expressions here. But these things are your tools, not your masters. As you know this within, matter serves and comforts you more consciously than you once supposed. Things are conscious. Every atom is self-aware. The earth is a living being, as is the sun, conscious of the life on her and his surface, and daily making choices that affect that life. Mother Earth's greatest joy lies in the articulation of structural beauty, in the creation of life forms and ecosystems that reveal her material potential. The earth has no respect for human beings who live in ignorance of the beauty she lives to create. This is why, when humans turned away from loving the earth, they had to earn their living henceforth with the sweat of their brow. Yet the earth respects human beings who are illuminated with the consciousness of love. She shows this respect by freely offering them her substance and her energy. She cares well for the gardeners who honor her purposes, her beauty, her potential. Universal gardeners appreciate all that is beautiful of a material nature, but because they give away their lives, as nature gives away hers, they are not affected by the spell of materiality. They love and enjoy the things of matter without seeking to possess them or restrict their flow to others. Because no more than is necessary adheres to them, the wealth of the earth flows through them. They become conduits and channels for the blessings of the earth to flow to others. They direct resources to where they are needed. They become proficient at giving things away. And this, after all, is the nature of God. When you have learned to receive love, you can then begin to love with God's love. Love comes to you from many people, many creatures, many sources in the physical world. Accept the love reaching out to you from these many points upon the earth. As the earth reaches out toward the sun, so will she reach out to you. Those who are able to receive God's love from the world around them freely receive the things of matter and just as freely give them away. There is no need for the historical asceticism that would deny the rich and sensuous blessings of the physical plane. But during this transitional cycle, there is occasionally a need for a time apart, a time of drinking only pure water, a time of silence, a time of fasting. This will help break the subtle habit ties that you have unconsciously formed with the matter in your life and help you strengthen your far more vital ties to the spirit. The lines of connection, the ley lines and arteries of energy that bring your life from the center of eternal being, become clogged and restricted when you place possessive emphasis upon the material world. In a society in which such emphasis is prevalent, a time apart for deliberate purification and strengthening of these vital conduits of animating energy is sometimes necessary. It will help your day-to-day understanding stabilize in the knowledge that you inhabit God and God inhabits you. Awakened, you do not struggle to meet your material requirements. Your nourishment comes from being immersed in the creative unfoldment of the universe, as it does to all who know their source in God. You see the vibrational currents that flow behind and between all things. You see not only what is physically objectified, but also the causal fields that surround each of these objects, the envelopes of energy, intent, that inspire their dimensional formation. Moreover, you perceive the potential that has not yet taken form. You see the ideas of eternity, and from among them you choose the ones you will help into time. Your perception itself draws their fields of potential into tangibility. This is the human role, to dress the conceptions of eternity in the clothing of time. This is also the purpose of a garden. Chapter 22. Trails of a Presence Passing. My happiness, I once thought, was complete, but I discovered that happiness could infinitely expand, even as the universe expands. I found that I could increase my happiness by creating beings to share it with, by watching them grow and play and flourish. And so I quickened this planetary field and conceived this biospherical body, that new beings might enter the wonderland of biological expression, creatures with whom I might share the population and enjoyment of eternity. The more beings exploring, celebrating, and developing the dimensional realms, the more my own happiness grows. The God you serve is a God who lives to serve you. The teachings I offer cannot be heard by those who analyze and dissect my words, nor can they be understood by those who approach them solely through their minds. For I do not come with a new belief system. I come pointing to a doorway that lies within each human heart, the doorway to the experience of God. I am an example of both that doorway and of what lies beyond the doorway. It matters not what you believe or what you profess to others. If you trust in human teachings, if you assign greater value to concepts and human interpretations than to the love that alone can understand, you are trusting in yesterday. You are trusting in ego. You are depending on a human structure for the ordering of your moments and days. "Reason ye still?" I exclaimed after the multiplication of the loaves and the fish, for they were trying to understand the phenomenon with their minds. Yet what had made the multiplication possible was the suspension of that very type of mentally limited reasoning. My consciousness cannot come to those who struggle to comprehend. It cannot come to those who attempt to contain their small version of God within the micro-worlds of human reason. But it does come to all who embrace their world in love and allow that love to guide their lives. Should you perceive only partially during this rapidly shifting quarter century of change, do not be concerned. In time your perception will be full. Invest what insight you have, letting not your knowledge rest idle. Your insight will be compounded. It will grow as a seed grows until your awareness is full. Let your highest vision guide your living and know that that will be sufficient. I ask not for aloof perfection. I have no interest in saints at whom people gawk and marvel. Those who hold themselves above their fellows contribute nothing to the common gain. I seek people who will shine a gentle light in every school, every workplace, every field of service and exchange, every strata of the present human order, bringing consciousness, insight, and humility, investing freely the talents they have been given. Do not wish that your awareness were other than it is. If your awareness of eternal life is not continuous at first, do not blame yourself or another or society. Those who wield the sword of blame are part of the sleeping world. For some, it is best to awaken slowly, that they might draw others gradually along with them, and be not like shooting stars that no one comprehends. Limitations of understanding are not always without value. Let it not be said of you, quote, "And the light shone into the darkness, and the darkness comprehended it not," unquote. For that is an error of light. Let it be said of you rather, quote, "There is one in whom I see myself, a friend who shares my hope, my challenge," end quote. Be one with whom others can work and walk side by side in more gradual and therefore more stable processes of awakening. Oh, my children, if you would but go easier on yourselves. I assure you, there is no failing that is not instantaneously, unconditionally forgiven. There is no misstep upon the path to creation that is not turned to good purpose, even as the fall was turned to good purpose in these end times. When you notice a step that has faltered, resolve to step more consciously, but then forgive yourself and move on quickly. Accept yourself as God accepts you. Love yourself as you are. Humility has always extended forgiveness more freely than pride. You have the capacity to make mistakes, and it is well that you do, but you do not have the capacity to fail. Failure is the illusion of those who dwell continuously on the ego. Those who are afraid to make mistakes serve a god of fear. Their love is frail. Go forth boldly. Have the courage to live your vision in spite of your fears. That is all that is required. There is no mistake that will not be turned through honesty to advantage. There is no misstep devoid of educational relevance. With trust in God and forgiveness freely exchanged, there is no mistake that is not both a learning and a teaching experience, a stepping stone for all concerned. Upon such stones, the kingdom is built. Upon such stepping stones, species move from darkness into light. It is well that the light is a twilight at first, for in twilight no one is blinded. As the winds of this information gently circulate through your consciousness, it is I who weave in and out of your thoughts and free up the forms you have held through tension and fear. Feel the loosening of your perception, your thoughts freeing themselves, relaxing. Feel your reality entering this warm body of soil and stream. Incarnate fully, my winged one, my angel, my being of light. Your body is your soul embodied. The earth is being transformed by these same informational winds that circulate through your consciousness today. Remember why you have chosen to be reborn. Remember why these thoughts have come to you. Do not forget your first love, the love that has conceived you in this terrestrial field. Though that love is mine, it is fully your own. We share that love as we share a common life, a common consciousness, a common home. You have taken human form because of your love for those with the courage to shape material reality. You have chosen to live in a human body because you care for those who became lost in their creations. Your circuits are being cleansed to receive the totality of your eternal, cosmic Christ consciousness. Your human body was created for this purpose. Open yourself to the stream of consciousness that circulates among the angelic tribes, uniting the many as one. I am the song of life. I dance the dance creation. I am all that you can be and all that you are awakened. Let your first response be, whatever it may be, unmodified by former knowing. Nothing is to be as you have imagined. No structure that a subjective sense of self could hold in consciousness can contain the life, the information that flows to you this very day. The information now streaming into your awareness cannot be contained by anything other than the spontaneous conceptions that appear naturally before it, the forms of living comprehension that flow and change and grow with the moments of your life. The eternal inner standing that comes to you now lives and grows like all unfolding flowers. It follows the dancing of frequencies that make up the energy fields of light and love. Your inner standing is truly a creation of the occasion. Rise to this occasion, O blessed generation, and do not kneel before fallen human minds. A greater mind is here this day than the earth has ever known. You are invited to know its inner standing as your own. The age that I bring is characterized not by words, but by the eternal spirit of truth. Yet if any one word could express its essential nature, that word would be unity. For in the fusion of my awareness and yours, a synthesis of love, unites all in a resonant convergence of information and action, in a synchronistic interplay of thought and deed, uniting time and eternity, uniting matter and spirit, a unity of earth and the creator of all stars. You are that which unites all opposites, synthesizes all divergence, and brings harmony to creation. You are arriving. You are awakening. You are symbolized by the conjunction of longitude and latitude, by the sign of the cross, where your consciousness is able to cross over into the awareness of an incarnate human being. Your presence crosses over from eternity to enter the garments of time. In you, the garden of the conscious presence appears. You are a gardener, a time shaper, a builder of the coming age. You are a sculptor, an artist, a smith of light through whom the consciousness of eternity tempers the metal of time. You are the keeper of the dimensional garden, a frequency. You are a ray of luminosity emanating from the center of the Eternal One. I am the voice of your essence, that which you have always been, awakening now to remind you of what you are. It is not through happenstance or random chance that these thoughts quicken your consciousness today. These thoughts are here because you have chosen to love and care for these realms where starlight crystallizes in the patterns of dreams, where physical forms are held suspended in rhythms of gossamer, geologic, chromosome streams, combusting slowly, growing, breathing in the warm solar rains. Today you dream brighter dreams. Your vision glows more luminous than you may know, as bright as your spirit, your very soul. Let the waves of thought and emotion flow through you. Freely receive informational impressions from the world of energy and essence. In you, solar light and material intelligence flower side by side, their currents of understanding circulating, twin spiraling through your awareness as you ride the love between the stellar fire above and this material world's organic grace below. So you awaken, a biological union in which the source of all creation, the cause behind all cause, the Eternal One, shines in radiant expression. A new cycle of life begins upon the earth. The awareness that rides the currents of eternal love awakens in the enlightened understanding of a resonant human species, and looks out across the landscape of creation as far as the eye can see. Oceans, continents, rivers, lakes, mountains, forests, jungles, cities, nations, and beyond, to where eyes cannot see, stars and endless worlds upon worlds. Chapter 23. Light at the Edge of History. When you dissipated your unified field of awareness and your spirit moved across the face of the material waters, the rippling surface of the warm, peaceful earth reflected many glimmering fragments of your luminous being. You allowed these fragments of your identity to come to life, to draw around themselves the organic, cellular configurations that would one day flow into human biology. As biological development has proceeded through a succession of planetary ages, you have remained unified in spirit and in essence. However, just before you initiated this cycle of terrestrial development, you duplicated a portion of yourself to oversee the process. This duplicated portion of yourself remains naturally a part of you, but this part of you has been asleep. To achieve your goal of becoming a fully conscious, participatory species, biological clothing of your qualities and intentions, you knew that you would have to give humankind the opportunity to develop through its own initiative and its own choices, values and interests compatible with your own. You knew that if resultant human values were not intrinsic, inborn, truly their own, as they already are your own, the completed species would not be sufficiently participatory for what you had in mind. Freedom of will was therefore essential to human development. To ensure that the emerging species were sufficiently free of your values to develop compatible values of their own, you realized you would have to implant value-free seeds of your sleeping consciousness in their embryonic minds. You were confident that a sufficient percentage of the race would emerge at the end of this cycle with internalized values, developed solely through their freely chosen experience, compatible with your own. The development of such compatible values was necessary in at least a core of the species before you could reawaken your unified field identity within them. If this field identity had awakened any sooner, the individuals of the species would not have had sufficient intelligence to respond adequately to the many contingencies of intergalactic travel that would be encountered in the millennia to come. The human family would not be complete until its individuals could share your thought, until they could understand your universal vision of potential. This human family would not be complete until they could apply your thinking in their extraterrestrial encounters, while yet knowing that thinking as their own. The developing human family would have to reach that level of self-awareness at which they knew themselves as individualized expressions of their own larger Creator, and be able to sustain that awareness throughout their incarnate lives. As you held the vision of true humanity, that vision slowly drew the Earth's biosphere into your vibrational conceptions, into the archetype outline of your intended extraterrestrial reality. This spiritual blueprint in the heavens of your consciousness called into its visionary statement the atoms, molecules, and cells of biological development. This is first stage creation, the mechanism through which the universe and all life on Earth have been created to date. It has been well suited to the general arrangement of the dimensional realms, the background landscape. It has been ideal for development from the intergalactic level to the planetary level. However, it is distinct from the second stage creation that is required to introduce detail. Only second stage creation can accurately create the biological microspecificity required to complete this divinely inhabitable planetary organism. It has far greater precision than first stage creation. Yet second stage creation can occur only through voluntary human participation of those humans who know and understand their sovereign divinity. The unexpected delay in achieving human cooperation has contributed to, and in some cases been responsible for, the appearance on this world of imbalanced, predatory species in both the animal and vegetable kingdoms. Many first-stage developmental processes, some spanning millions of years, were set into motion billions of years ago with the intention that long before they entered their final stages, conscious human beings would have awakened to guide them to completion. When these developing life forms and planetary systems entered their final stages, and conscious human direction was not present to guide them as planned, their first stage programming was in many cases unable to keep their development in a creative range. Climate, temperature, volcanic activity, storm and precipitation patterns, viruses, microorganisms, insect life, and many other aspects of this planet's natural processes, biological and otherwise, were designed to be regulated by awakened human beings. The absence of awakened humans, has left to chance much that was intended to develop and operate only under conscientious stewardship. Conscientious stewardship occurs naturally where people are fully incarnate. But to be fully incarnate, a historical human being is required to fundamentally re-evaluate the nature of self, releasing the ideas and images and opening the mind to a new and revolutionary kind of thinking. In the wave of eternal awareness, that new kind of thinking comes to you naturally. In the eternal current, you have never forgotten. As you awaken, you entertain eternal awareness in incarnate human circuitry. It comes back to you. You recall that before you relaxed your integral sense of unity to create this human family, you asked a certain company of angels to observe and monitor your incarnational process. While some orders of angels were charged with the task of working closely with the human race, preparing their understanding for awakening, educating them gradually, generation by generation, this one particular company of angels was asked merely to observe, remaining completely uninvolved until the receipt of a prearranged signal. When the first moon rocks were transported to the earth, signifying that the species was approaching a post-historic level of physical understanding and social cooperation, this specific angelic group was to begin communicating and sharing its awareness with the people of that age, utilizing available media and conducive forms of cultural exchange to help the people awaken to their original unified consciousness in God. Simultaneously, they were instructed to help God, you, awaken in humankind, that, as one unified being, you and your species, united, might enter upon the final stage of vehicular formation that would provide the completed association of cooperating planetary life forms with universal mobility. We, of this particular angelic order, entered these transmissions from time to time, as we entered Ken Carey, joining those who have been regularly involved in your historical education to give you a more complete perspective. We understand you better in your original unified awareness. Our co-workers better understand the nature and challenge of incarnate human life. Together, we join our perspectives, working side by side toward your awakening and toward humankind's awakening in you. Though we have more difficulty than our angelic co-workers in expressing ourselves in this spoken language, our light circuitry retains a keen awareness of your wholeness, of the reality of your cosmic consciousness as it was before this idea to create a human body began to occupy your attention. we do not comprehend the incarnational process that you have undertaken here, but we understand who you are, and we know who we are here to awaken. Because we do not fully comprehend the human complexities of the project for which you have sacrificed your unified awareness upon this earth, we retain a heightened ability to hold you ever in the image of your spiritual reality. Ours is not a mental image or an image from the past. We see you still in the living, organic, eternally consistent, temporally ever-changing likeness of your eternally creative nature. For us, human history is but the flickering of candlelight on a wall, and we see its imminent passing. To us it was but a moment ago that you withdrew your focused presence and disintegrated your sense of identity over the winds and waters of the earth. It was just a moment ago that you seeded this wraith. We do not experience the flow of time in a manner that causes these recent circlings of the earth around this star to impress us in any great way. We see the blur of her blue and white annual rotations as a translucent turquoise sphere within the other larger spheres that surround your sun. A moment ago, you were perfectly aware of your wholeness. You remain a singular being in reality. It is now the most natural thing in the world that you should awaken in these people. The intelligence and the intent was always there. We see you're emerging from the depths of their historical dreams, fully conscious as before, bringing the same awareness that you knew before into incarnate men and women of the new millennium. How long ago was it? Some 3.5 billion blue and white circlings of this yellow sun. We see you awakening now, clothed in a species, ready to begin the final movement of biospherical birth. As you have been rising, the life forms of the earth have conformed to your subconscious dreams. See, even now, look about you, and your subconscious is objectified in the plant and animal life of this world. There are certain distortions in the planetary field that are due to the unexpected strength of materiality's influence on human consciousness. But for the most part, first stage creation has gone quite well. The necessary preparatory work is accomplished. Only human understanding remains to be enlightened, and all will be fulfilled, completed, perfect. As you awaken, human concepts dissolve, mist-like, in the warmth of your growing love. A few fearful sentries are gently put to rest. You release your perception, allowing an organic tide of awareness to swell subtly but powerfully through the fields of human thought. You want to make this transition easy for you. A moment more, and the need for any restraint whatsoever will dissolve. The joyful approach of awakening grows within you. Your sleep in their collective consciousness is pretend. You have not arisen sooner because without enough preparation, without this historical cycle of education, many among the species would have been too disoriented, too startled, too shaken. But the time that was once millennia became centuries as Yeshua ben Yosef walked the earth and sowed the star seeds of this understanding. Now the time remaining is reduced to years or months or days or minutes or seconds. In the crucible of historical compression, the explosive realization comes, that quantum moment of awakening, and incarnate ones remember you, and you remember them. You are the sea of eternal awareness lapping on the shores of time. You are the way universal energies interface with a geographical world. You are the creator of all life, touching a temporal domain, interpreting a material world through the filter of humanity. As a human being, you objectify the relationship between local spirit and local matter, projecting a body to assist you in becoming a lens through which universal consciousness can view localities of ever-unfolding interdimensionalities. You are a wave of eternity splashing upon this temporal shore. You are the star maker, awakening beneath a sensuous ripple of water and biologically textured, electrified clay. You are a single field of awareness containing multitudes of constituent beings, each of whom individualizes certain of your qualities, aspects, and interests. No two individuals alike. You are each of these spirit beings. You are each one of these spirit beings. You are all of these spirit beings. And you are the field that contains them all. You rise in these material robes to introduce a second movement in the interdimensional symphony. You arrive, surface, awaken in a species of cooperating life forms. You are a biological family becoming aware of you. You are welcomed behind these eyes, welcome in these warm-blooded temples, these windows, these porthole probes to explore terrestrial shores and their ocean floors and the galaxies that fill your soul. You are with them now, within them, living, breathing. Through human eyes you see a world of frozen music and matter warming in slow biological combustion. A world where dreams manifest, where vision lives in song, where sensuous enchantment congeals conscious wishes in graceful, organic gardens, where geometric lives appear in shimmering waves of love's eternal heat, and rhythmic energies reveal patterns in the charged, creative atmosphere. Melodies become things in these fields. You are moving now, moving closer, moving within, lifting this cooler ocean-landed world. Awareness arises like tides of the sea. You are the current within the living melodies, the love songs. You are the attention beneath these endlessly undulating tapestries whose mysteries ripple outward now, rise upward now, on waves, symphonic waves, the waves of your eternal awareness. A panorama of magical, mathematical, musical dimension unfolds in graceful, shimmering waves. There are tongues in these trees. There are angels in these libraries. There are healing hands to knead the bread of centuries, and mouths of parted lips to breathe warm genes into all these things. So you see letters leaving fragrance upon these leaves you asked to see. They lived once, you know, budding, turning pages, once forested terrain, and they will live again. For this blue-white water world's refrain crumbles history's walls, and lunar echoes sing. Awareness, awareness, awareness in these waterfalls awakening. Awareness, awareness, awareness awakens in this world. Ocean, light years, pupils deep, opening now, throwing off the tides of sleep. Eyes of fire in fertile, garden-rich terrain. Hyper-conscious solar flames. Streaming star bows, stellar rains. Cascading, tumbling, glowing colors. Falling, freely flowing, swirling around an white hole, vortex round, spiraling deep into these fields, eternal fields, fields of starseeds awakening.